Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming you back to the semi-final 2 of this MCC Summer Cup Under 17 30 overs red ball cricket tournament. We've seen the semi-final 1 went on to be a comfortable victory for the defending champions Unique Cricket Academy, reaching out to the semi-finals one more time. Now in the semi-final 2, Asiatic Cricket Transformers taking on Omega Cricket Academy. In fact, Omega International School. First ball is here. As we've seen, Asiatic Cricket Transformers won the toss. They have decided to bat first, on which you're watching this on screen. Joe Krish and Avyuk were the openers, and Harish Narayanan with the ball. Turning out to be dangerous approach here from Asiatic Cricket Transformers. Though it worked well for them when they bat first than bowling first. They had good capability to stop teams to score runs, but at the same time chasing was a problem for Asiatic Cricket Transformers in this tournament. Was a good decision and their perspective. But there is one more thing that needs to be kept in control, which is the track record of Omega. Omega have played 5 games, bowled out teams below 103 times, never conceded more than 150. That's the kind of bowling quality they are having in this tournament. So been a challenging side so far. Will continue with the same momentum. 5 matches played, 4 victory, only 1 losing game for them. That too came out of a difference of just 6 runs against Padma Sarangabani. 147 conceded, 141 at the end of 30 overs. Bringing out exceptional pace. One more time. Been a challenging stuff for Joe Krish to watch things going forward. Having 2 slips in position, attacking field positioning. Wider third man in place, deep square leg in place. Only 2 fielders on the onside. Mid on inside the circle and deep square leg in position. 7 on the offside, mid off, extra covers, cover point, first slip. In fact, third slip they're having. And there is the third man in position. Good that Harish is also bowling onto the same region again and again. Look at that. If you just try to throw your bat, I'll get the thickish outside edge and I have my fielders in position. That's the kind of approach here from Omega. As they've been trying to keep up the momentum going high. Excellent pitch, still looking fresh. Had a bit of hardness in the condition in semi-final 1. We've seen teams struggling hard as the conditions have been a bit slower, especially with slower bowlers in game. It started challenging the batters to score runs on the board. The one who understands the pace and plays it as late as possible could carry something going forward. Especially against finger spinners, left arm spinners, it is going to be a big challenge for the batters to cope up with the condition. And that green grass in the middle of the conditions. Though if you push the ball to go for bouncer, it will bounce, but it won't extract the same pace that you're looking for. So without pace, that extra bounce led the batters to go for wonderful pull shots in the semi-final 1. Oh, that's getting a thick edge, but didn't carry it onto the fielder's hands. Been quite good under control. Joe Krish played it with full of soft hands in control. That's why it's always important. Look at that. Soft hand saves his wicket. Gets off the mark with that single, Joe Krish. And we're going to speak a lot about his batting position, batting stance. We'll continue with that once Joe Krish back on strike. But as of now, it's been a wonderful first over. Avyuk to face his first ball. Dot ball to end the over. That's 2 for no loss.
Cricket with some quality players. Here it is, the fingerless, ton bats, back in action, just with grand sports. Let's quickly check these specifications of these bats. Supremely high spine, a very nice duckbill with what and how the current players and the style is about the game. And let me tell you guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some quality willow. So let's just check.
Been a fantastic first over. In semi-final one, we've seen teams using fast bowlers for first 3 overs. Things didn't work out as of expected, and straight away went on to go with spinners. That's what Unique Cricket Academy have did. Even at St. Joseph, they have started things off with left-arm spinner. So spinners doing magics have always been a long story, especially in this particular wicket. Pitch number 3 is being used for the semi-final, for both the semi-finals and probably for the finals too. Continues off to bowl Shashank Joseph straight away onto the stumps as he's trying to invade the stumps. The biggest pressure out there on facing such tough situations is there when you're facing two fast bowlers, one after the other, putting yourself under pressure. You could probably feel hell on the wicket. There were pretty good examples of that. There were times when Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee used to bowl together. That was hell out of a performance. Shoaib Akhtar, Waqar Yunis, Wasim Akram. One after the other, the good bowlers continue out to hit you hard. So what happens at these kind of situations is the players won't give themselves up. The players won't get emotional decisions. There comes the temperament check for the batters. There comes the quality of the batters will be tested. You must be hanging in there. Hang in there is something that changes over time. The situation will change. The bowlers will get frustrated. Despite of bowling couple of good deliveries, they won't fetch much of breakthroughs. And they themselves will start approaching different game plans. There you get the loose balls. There you will slowly start picking up some balls to go for boundary. That's the way how you have to approach a very good spell, rather than challenging yourself by pushing hard. That's thickish outside edge. A couple of runs on the board. Avyuk gets off the mark with those 2 runs. Beauty of that shot is that he stretched himself forward well. A front-footed, confident defense. Gets a soft-handed push over there. So hanging in there is something that will surely work, especially if the situation is not supporting you, conditions were not helping you. You must hang in there. And that's why this format is a test of patience for cricketers. You can't just treat it as a T20 cricket. Those 10 overs bring up the difference in this format. At the same time, you can't treat it as a ODI format too. As things were getting quite good under control, couple of good strong stroke makings from Avyuk, trying to play positive cricket. And there has been a big difference from the first over and this one. Here you could see the bowler trying to bowl closer deliveries, inviting the batter to go for the cover drive, which eventually pushed the batter to lose his control. Thickish edge towards the point direction or a mild edge to the slip fielder. Everything will be appreciated and taken for granted. Whereas the first over was complete hell of a threat. You can't even touch my ball. But Avyuk continues on to play positive cricket, despite of the kind of pace that's haunting him. And also you have to work on his lengths. Though he's having a wonderful pace, he's having a wonderful bowling action, that doesn't mean you'll fetch wickets, Shashank Joseph. Obviously it used to happen to some batters, but Avyuk is watching the and calm, composed batting. There you have to bowl some tricky deliveries. A little bit of movement, in swingers or out swingers, might help Shashank Joseph. Oh, this is much better length and much better push to get that single, with soft hands opening the pace of the bat. 6 for no loss. Continues out to bowl Harish Narayanan. Surprising to see these pacers getting some reactions to these conditions. Not much supportive to the extra pace bowlers. Hit the deck bowlers have always struggled to bowl here in this particular wicket of Star Cricket Ground. Look at the pace that he is generating. The brand of cricket that he plays is completely different. Extracting a bit of extra pace and the bounce that he is expecting for. Maybe with this kind of pace we can use these conditions well. The grass is slightly supporting them. But yeah, if this is the story, imagine the kind of spin impact they'll be having. And that's how they bowled out 3 teams below 100 runs in this tournament. Especially with one being 27 for 10 and the other score being 97 for 10 and one more team being bowled out below 100. Never conceded 150 with the kind of stat that shows the kind of quality that Omega have provided in this tournament. We'll surely try to carry on with that. And that's why it's always important to hang in there in the initial phase of the innings. There have been good quality cricketers with Asiatic cricket transformers, but if you want to give them the proper basement, you have to hang in there. As a top order batter, you have to build the basement perfectly. Oh, thickish outside edge. Good pace opening. And that gets a couple of runs on the board. The foundation must be perfect. To lay the foundation, the first 10 overs, you shouldn't lose much wickets, more than 2 wickets in fact. If that happens, everything will fall in place for them. That's how it used to work. As of now, it's been positive cricket. Sometimes what happens is, if you play back-to-back dot balls, with frustration you will start stepping out and try going over the bowler's head, or you'll try moving here and there. Nothing happens with Avyukt. Just calm and composed batting. Look at that. Reacting to the ball. That's why it's very challenging being an opener. People used to say you go in new ball, you score well in power play. It's not how it works. Sometimes you have to face Hazelwood, sometimes you have to face Akshar Patel, sometimes you have to face the deadliest pacer, sometimes you have to face the deadliest left arm spinner. So the situation demand you different kind of expectations. The kind of start you give is going to be the reflection of the entire innings. Keeping that in mind, both Joe Krish and Avyukt are playing solid cricket, especially with the way how Joe Krish has his stance. In modern day cricket, we've seen rare of cricketers had this stance, tapping the bat till, not backlifting. But little bit of desperation from Joe Krish. When you time travel to 20 years back, there have been plenty of cricketers with this tapping of bat. Most of the cricketers use it to have their bat down the ground. Once the bowler releases the ball, they use it to lift it up. The biggest reason behind this is they use it to protect the stumps, they use it to play grounded shots. They'll never plan to go for big shots regularly. But in modern day cricket, with the evolution of T20 format, players use it to backlift one step ahead to go for big shots. Rather than lifting it up from the ground, they lift themselves even before the release point. Oh, he's trying to walk like Uttapa. Good try from the fielder as it eventually goes for Asiatic cricket transformers. Oh, that's a bit of lucky edge here for Joe Krish. Unfortunate for Harish Narayana. 3 overs, 13 for no loss.
And the justice to so many players, budding TNPL and also IPL players. I'd not like to pick the names of them, but yeah, some quality cricket with some quality players. Here it is, the fingerless, ton bats, back in action, just with grand sports. Let's quickly check these specifications of these bats. Supremely high spine, a very nice duckbill with what and how the current players and the style is about the game.
Continues up to bowl Shashank Joseph. Trying to bowl the good length again and again. Expecting thickish outside edge or inside edge somewhere to get that wicket. Again, speaking about the Glenn McGrath, Brett Lee impact, I'm not sure how many of these young cricketers would have watched those legends, but they should surely watch those legends. What happens is, Glenn McGrath is famous for his accuracy, the line and length that he bowls, a back of the delivery outside the off stump. Many fail to crack the length of Glenn McGrath. Hardly possible to play the cut shot. And some cricketers like Sachin Tendulkar have played the pull shot against such outside off stump back of length deliveries. Go running between the wickets. So with the kind of accuracy and line and length that he has, Glenn McGrath used to contain the batters with dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. That eventually pushes them with run rate pressure. Now what happens is when Brett Lee comes on to bowl, they'll try to attack. What Brett Lee does is he never bowls a regular back of length deliveries. He sometimes conventionally bowl Yorkers, stump line deliveries, sometimes inviting the batters for the cover drive. Basically one for the accuracy and control, the other for picking up wickets. One brings up the emotion and the other takes that emotion in control to take the wickets. That's the kind of combination this is. Harish have bowled a couple of back of lengths where the batters found it difficult to touch the ball. Now Shashank is inviting them to go forward. If any of these batters desperate, they'll throw the bat, they'll lose the wicket. That's the kind of game plan it used to be. In case if they both hang in there for a couple of minutes, that will surely be change of bowler. Either it will be Shashank Joseph will be taking some break or Harish will be taking some break and someone will be replacing them. There you will get the secondary bowler where you could start attacking them. No team has the entire bowling unit as Brett Lee and McGrath. There will surely be conventional secondary bowlers, part-timers coming into play. That's when the game will fall into places for them. Excellent venue to play the game of cricket. These were luxuries once upon a time. To the kids of India, there used to be stones being arranged as stumps in rural places of India. From there on to the young cricketers getting more opportunities and luxuries to play top class level cricket with the kind of pitch condition that suits Chepauk condition, with the kind of outfield. This will build a lot of experience to them, and this is going to be a huge learning curve too. And that's why initiatives like MCC have always brought in things to limelight, along with its Sportline, Adinath and infrastructure. We would like to thank all the sponsors who made it possible. Grand Sports obviously, with the kind of quality, with the kind of pitch condition, everything have improved in India, especially in Tamil Nadu. I hope that many corners of the state have evolved as a cricketing fraternity, but with the transformation of digital era, the adaptation to broadcast had a huge impact in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. There have been a huge broadcast culture that also transforms the rest of the parts of India. 17 for Nolas after 4.
Hey guys, a much awaited time of the year, I'd say. We've been waiting for this for the last few years, to be honest, because when we started our Grand Sports establishment, we started off with SS, and this has given us the mileage that we always wanted. So has it done the justice to so many players, budding TNPL and also IPL players. I'd not like to take the names of them, but yeah, some quality cricket with some quality players. Here it is, the fingerless, ton bats, back in action, just with
Harish Narayanan continues out to bowl. Another one that controls the batter, trying to throw it away. Couldn't get much control over there. Similar kind of lens even in the third over. That is bringing out a lot of value to the game. With the way Javi is being nurtured with discipline and control on where he needs to bowl. That one little bit of temptation to go for stumps might sometimes breaks all the rhythm that's saved by the bowler. And that's where the discipline comes into play. Ball after ball, he bowls at the same region. Just gets another thickish outside edge over there. as they're trying to build a sensible partnership to come out of this crisis. Maybe from next over we could see a different bowler coming into action, as that shows the kind of belief system that they have with their opening bowlers, continuing to bowl with the same bowlers, expecting for that breakthrough to happen. This is turning out to be a silent war between the skipper of the fielding unit and the openers. They're not ready to get out of the ground, and the captain is bringing out their best bowlers. Matured batting display here from Joe Krish and Avyuk, especially with the way how Avyuk batted. Even with Joe Krish, he got frustrated at some point and started walking forward like Robin Uthappa. That also got some thickish outside edge, but fortunately he was safe a couple of times. Back to back dot balls is here. That might trigger the batter to take some emotional decision. Oh, this is something called as temperament. Even after facing consecutive dot balls, trying to be careful against good balls. As long as you stay in the crease, you could make things up moving forward. But if you want to take that emotional step, your innings might come down here. That's the kind of mindset that a batter should have while facing a fearsome bowling lineup. But things might get into your control when you hang in there. Two slip fielders in position. Another swing and a miss. Little bit of emotional decision here from Joe Krish, trying to play nothing short, which is not going to help them out anyway. With one more to complete this over, 5 dot balls in a row. That adds a bit of pressure. Cheeky singles, good running between the wickets. 18 for no loss after 5.
எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்
Continues out to bowl, not at all ready to give it up. Gives another over. Shashank Joseph, 6 overs in a row with 2 prime fast bowlers, not letting anything to be done. But this time it's quite better connection. Get used to the conditions, hung in there, and now find mindful batting from Joe Krish. Look at that. Oh, wonderful stroke making. Plays it as late as possible. We spoke about these conditions early in the first couple of overs, that this is a slow down condition where the ball is low keeping and it's holding on a bit, and you have to wait for the ball to come on to you closely and try to play it as late as possible. That's what he did, Joe Krish, and his batting stance itself is quite impressive to watch it for. Tapping, not any high back lift until the bowler releases. Another wonderful use of wrist. Flicks it away down to the square leg region. Will be getting a couple of runs on the board. In fact, it's a leg glance with Joe Krish, a dying art in modern day cricket. There were times when cricketers used to play leg glance against stump line deliveries, and that's been modernized into flick shot, and there have been less cricketers playing leg glance in modern day cricket. Good to see Joe Krish, a young cricketer, picking up such kind of shots in his book. Oh, that's hanging on to the batter. Come on, just get me one little feather. I want that edge to be taken. Shashank Joseph trying to trace down. Look at that. After pitching, going closer, going closer. Good understanding from Joe Krish. I mean, even this would have killed the patience of the bowlers. They continued bowling good balls, but no purchases have happened. Now, out of frustration, the bowlers sometimes will try to bowl Yorkers. This is quite good under control from Joe Krish. Will be getting a couple of runs on the board. As this is turning out to be a little expensive and compensation over for whatever happened so far in this innings for the batters. 8 runs so far and 2 more to complete this over. Dot ball to end. In fact, one more to complete. Been quite good length. So the batter found it difficult to complete the shot. And it would have went in the air, in fact, if he tried to complete that shot. Dot ball to end the over. That's 6 overs, 26 for no loss.
Quality below. So let's just check.
Is it real that I'm watching on screen? Harish Narayanan for the 4th time consecutively. They don't stop unless they grab that wicket, it seems. All they need is that one wicket. As things were quite good under control. Continues up to board Harish Narayanan. 13 dot balls, 12 runs conceded. Wickets column is still 0. The start that they would have expected is a completely different start, and that start that they've got now is a completely different start. Quite good under control with the way how they are batting it on. Still a bit of attacking intent from Harish Narayanan and defensive approach from both Joe Krish and Avyuk. But now the gut feeling says that it seems to be a wicket alert in this over. Out of these 4 balls, it seems any of these openers might be walking back to the pavilion. Just a gut feel. On strike, Joe Krish. These were unwanted misfields. That changes the strike and gives it back to Avyuk. as they built 30 runs together. But of extra pace over there, as things were quite good under control. And also trying to be more closer to the target where they're aiming for. It must be around 160 or 170 as a fighting total here. 200 will surely ensure a victory. To keep that going, they have to start scoring runs from here, Avyukt and Jokrish. Oh, that's pretty close. As things are quite good under control. Looks out to be clueless, Avyukt, with one more to complete this over. Pierce is between the fielders. Single to end the over. That 7 overs completed, 31 for no loss. Kavin, the new bowler, with the ball. Finally, a change of bowling here. So final adjustments are going on. Time to bring up some revolution. Wicketkeeper closer to the stumps. So it is going to be a spin attack right from here. The Pacers have did their job, tried their best to pick up that early breakthrough, but that didn't happen. I'll say a little bit of upper edge here for Asiatic cricket transformers. It's up to the job of spinners and how it's going to be from here. Beautiful shot onto the back foot. An off spinner against two right-handed batters, and this is what there is. And a good length delivery bowled outside the off stump. Slightly came forward and then went back. Plays it as late as possible, Avyukt. Top quality stroke making. And a positive way to welcome a spinner into the game. This is going to be a challenging one for Omega, as both the batters were having good mind space on what needs to be done. Strong shouts, couldn't get much control over there. As both the batters were in 16, but the partnership has been expected to improve. And also along with the run rate, which is less than 6 runs per over, that doesn't help them. Good call. Miscommunication that leads to the breakthrough. Pretty unfortunate. Look at that. As Avyukt came forward, and straight away Jokrish said no. Avyukt slided and fallen down. First breakthroughs here. That's 35 for 1. Avyukt walks back to the pavilion. Siddharth Balakrishnan in at number 3. Another right-hander into the game. Starting things off with the dot ball. Kavin came in and somehow the breakthrough happened. This time onto the back foot. Beautiful shot that is. Slices through the back foot. Much juicier than the one. Just taking back a look at that shot. Again, was ready for the front foot, and then with the way how he went back foot, plays it late. I think that's the secret of these batters. Joe Krish, Avyukt and Siddharth Balakrishnan. They're trying to play it as late as possible. Dot ball to end the over. That's 8 overs, 39 for 1. $39 for 1. As Abhishek, the new bowler, into the attack. Seems to be a left arm spin of 4 for 5 is the best numbers. 21 times 3 wickets with an economy of 3.30. Right prospect to the game here. 2 right-handed batters, 1 left arm spinner. Might bring up some magic though. They are settled batters. Especially with the way how Joe Krish is batting today. They could add up a bit of pressure to Siddharth Balakrishnan, who is new to the crease. But a quality batter anyway. They've been trying to implement a lot more pressure. Continues up to bowl Abhishek. This will surely be a different challenge altogether for Siddharth Balakrishnan. We shouldn't let him to score runs easily. Slips in position. Pretty decent runs over there. Just 2 to end the over. As the weather has kept on changing, there may be expectations of rain after 6 o'clock. That's high in the air through the covers. Beautiful stroke making. Stand and deliver from Joe Krish. Just taking back a look at that shot. As Abhishek tried to bowl it diagonal round the wicket, and that's been taken in good control. Beauty is that elbow goes straight and the bat pace watches the ball going through the covers. Been quite good under control. Nobody could start him. Dot ball to end the over. That's 45 for 1. continues up to bowl Kavin. As this will be a different pressure altogether. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. Through the covers. 2 is the call from the batters, but will surely be just a single. Been quite good under control with the way how things were going forward. Last 4 balls of this over. Easy pickings for Jokic. Started batting sensibly after surviving on the power play. Sweeper cover long on deep mid wicket. Kaukan earns position. Oh, that's pretty close. Quite good under control. As they're heading back for the second run. Quite good running between the wickets. Four runs so far with 2 to end the over. Much better connection over there, not at all taking any risk in the middle. Siddharth Balakrishnan and Joe Krish. That's 50 up here for Asiatic Cricket Transformers. 50 for 1 with 1 more to complete the over. Dot ball to end the over. That's 50 for 1.
இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸ டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸ டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க.
54 for 1. That's pretty close. A low cup delivery, which we didn't see much today. This was that delivery. Look at the bounce. Unexpected here. As this seems to be much better one as Kevin continues out to bowl. Couple of dot balls over there. Quite good under control. As he's trying to rotate the strike over there. This is the bowling card you could see. The first two pacers. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. They had a bit of pressure, they had challenges while facing the fast bowlers, but they somehow managed to make up a run rate that eventually keeps them going, that eventually helps them to fight in the second innings. That's a wonderful shot where no man standing in the position. It's quite good under control with the way how it is being. He let it come closer and then slices it. In fact, Siddharth Balakrishnan, he's very famous for that shot. The first runs he scored also a back foot punch boundary. Single to end the over. That's 12 overs, 60 for 1.
The game, and let me tell you guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some quality willow. So let's just check how's the ping on these. Wow. Standing here, I feel like batting up and just smacking down some amazing boundaries. To level up your game, singles is something that you'll always need.
That's high in the air. Goes over the mid-on fielder, and that's a wonderful connection. As it reaches out the boundary ropes, one bounce. Started shifting up the gears. Abhishek bowled diagonal round the wicket as a left arm spinner, playing against the spin Siddharth Balakrishnan knows that 150 won't be a bad score here against such teams like Omega. Couple of dot balls over there. As that seems to be quite good under control. Single to end the over, that's 67 for 1. Plays it through the sweeper cover. Sachin Bhupati with the ball. Interesting all-rounder to watch out for. Been an exceptional talent. Even in the previous season, he did a spectacular job. Oh, that's pretty closer. As it gets things to be quite good under control. Cuts it to the point direction, couldn't get much control over there. Good to see with the way how Siddharth Balakrishnan strongs his zones through the offside, especially playing those back-footed punch. Things are quite good under control, chasing down the ball. Couple of runs on the board for that as they started improving the run rate right from here. Now the projected score moves to 140s to 156. I believe that there has been a huge possibilities of something that's going to be more than this. It'll be just a single. Dot ball to end the over. That's 72 for 1. Trying to contain things under control as this is being pushed down. As that's been chased down by the fielder, but no chance of that being stopped. Especially this one had all its class on the game, especially Siddharth Balakrishnan is very good at playing those back-footed shots. Glides it over there, no chance of that being a single. Slices it again. Much better field positionings from here, as they are not letting the batters to find gaps and score runs on the board. As that keeps the partnership moving, the one between Joe Krish and Avyukt, and now the one between Siddharth Balakrishnan and Joe Krish Jokrish has started providing the second fiddle to Siddharth Balakrishnan, who is finding it easier to score runs on the board. Dot ball to end the over. That's 15 overs completed, 77 for 1.
வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்கா.
Continues out to pull Sachin Bhupati. As things were quite good under control. It's high in the air. Couldn't get much control over there. The intention was to play it on the offside or through the covers. They know the importance of this partnership, not finding it into the aerial route. But Sachin Bhupati is giving equal challenges by not letting them to score runs easily, especially against Siddharth Balakrishnan. Glides it behind. Beautiful shot that is from Siddharth Balakrishnan as he is getting another one on. This one was even much interesting stroke making. Look at that. But little bit of quick delivery invited it to play it behind. Beautiful stroke making. But just one more to complete this over. Dot ball to end the over. That's 16 overs, 81 for 1. Devesh, the new bowler, into the attack. Pulls it away as that is the fielder in deep. continues to bring in a lot of spinners. But this shuffle doesn't help them to cope up with the momentum that is being pushed on. Couldn't get much control over there. These were unwanted flaws that keeps them moving forward as the batters just going with the fashion of 1-0-1-0-1 with one to complete this over. Single to end the over. That's 50 partnership between Joe Krishnan and Siddharth Balakrishnan, with Siddharth Balakrishnan dominating the partnership of 38 runs of 40 balls, 85 for 1 after 17. Starting off with single, continues out to bowl Sachin Bhupati. 5 for 22, the best numbers, 3 wickets 10 times as of Crick Heroes profile. Quick one, as that pushes things out of their control. He's the only bowler who is fighting hard. Even with that, there have been...
And let me tell you guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some quality willow. So let's just check how's the ping on these.
There have been quite a good stroke makings, with the one sliced behind by Siddharth Balakrishna against Sachin Bhupati, but couldn't get much control against someone like him, who's bowling it at the right spots. Run out opportunity that went almost closer. As they've been trying to keep up the momentum. Through the covers, dot ball 10 the over. That's 88 for 1. Steps out and couldn't reach the length of the ball. Moves into the 40s now, Siddharth Balakrishnan, as Devesh continues to bowl. Swings and got the connection better as the fielders chasing down the ball. Misfield as it offers out. Good stop over there. We gotta wait And what's the result, as also the fielder seems to be injured. Boundary signals the on-field umpire, as that's been given boundary. This was that delivery. Playing against the spin with brave cricket, Siddharth Balakrishnan, as things were quite good under control. This was that effort. That was a boundary. It's been an exceptional stop. This time through the covers as the fielders converging together. There'll be a couple of runs on the board, as that moves Siddharth Balakrishnan to 46. Almost half of the team's entire total. Gets things under control over there. Will be just a single. As you gotta wait for the next over, probably to see Siddharth Balakrishnan raising his bat. But as of now, I could see a sense of slowing down in the process from Joe Krish. This would be the right time to shift up the gears, as he's been playing for the 18 overs. Tackled the fast bowlers really well by walking forward. Now this is the right time where set batters like Joe Krish have to take up the responsibility. Exceptional bowling here from Devesh. The shuffle have been quite good with the way how they're using their bowlers, especially with this spell. Devesh and Sachin Bhupati are trying to contain the run rate. Through the sweeper cover. Single to end the over. Yes, that's quite good under control. Running couple of runs on the board. quite good running between the wickets. That's 50 up here for Siddharth Balakrishnan. 50 of just 48 balls, 6 boundaries with a strike rate of 104. Especially with those back-footed shots against the spinners, have been the go-to option for Siddharth Balakrishnan. Excellent batter to watch out for. Came in as number 3 batter. And finally, this seems to be the breakthrough that they're looking for. First bowler picks a wicket for Omega. That's Sachin Bhupati. That's 99 for 2 as Siddharth Balakrishnan. Things didn't go as of expected. That's 99 for 2. Varun, the new batter, in at number 4 for Asiatic Cricket Transformers. As that battle have been quite pressurizing to watch out for, with the way how Sachin Bhupati equally fought with Siddharth Balakrishnan. Despite of who won the battle, there have been an instance where Siddharth Balakrishnan tackled him pretty well. There have been instances he struggled hard. And end of the day, it's Sachin Bhupati who won the battle. Picked up the crucial wicket at the most important phase of the game. The kish outside edge. And that gets the first run here. 100 up here for Asiatic Cricket Transformers, and Varun gets off the mark with that single. Turned out to be quite good under control. Rolls it down. Single to end the over. That's 101 for 2.
You guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some quality willow. So let's just check how's the ping on these. Wow. Standing here, I feel like padding up and just smacking down some amazing boundaries. To level up your game, fingerless is something that you'll always need, and do visit Grand Sports to get the best of fingerless bats. Cheers guys. Hey guys, a much awaited time of the year, I'd say. We've been waiting for this for the last few years, to be honest, because when we started our Grand Sports establishment, we started off with SF, and this has given us the mileage that we always wanted. So has it done the justice to so many players, budding TNPL and also IPL players. I'd not like to take the names of them, but yeah, some quality cricket with some quality players. Here it is, the fingerless ton bats back in action, just with Grand Sports. Let's quickly check these specifications of these bats. Supremely high spine, a very nice duck bill with what and how the current players and the style is about the game. And let me tell you guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some
Shashank Joseph with the ball. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get much control over there. Yes, both Joe, Krish and Varun have to build the partnership right from here. The most important factor should be the run rate from here. They have to hit boundaries and sixes. Yes, that's the most crucial thing about this phase. Things might even go out of their control, that we've seen plenty of times. But what's most important is that any one of these batters, again Joe Krish, should take up the responsibility of going for big shots, and Varun should ensure that this batting order doesn't collapse from here. Continues to bowl Shashank Joseph. As this is turning out to be quite crucial to watch out for. Just times it over there. Couldn't get much control. Still playing the solid cricket, Varun. They know what needs to be done when they have to shift up the gears. Omega have never conceded 150 in this tournament so far. Will that streak be broken today? Trying to contain things under control. One 105 for 2. Coming back into the attack. Starts off with the dot ball. That pierces between the fielders as they've been chasing down the ball, and the outfield is fighting against them. Good stop from the fielders. Been a good contribution to contain things under control. Just pushing beyond the boundaries to keep up the momentum, as things were quite good under control. Big shot, that's high in the air. And there is the fielder. Good try. But unfortunately, it reaches out the boundary ropes. And an exceptional stroke making that is, with the way how he got under the ball. And that's why it's always important to have a set batter. Look at the positioning. Look at the way how he went under the ball. Lifting up the momentum at the right time. Much more challenges for Omega in these big stages. Strong shouts, turning down the leg. Dot ball to end the over. That's 22-1 on 5. Trying to close the pace of the bat. Or 55 balls, Joe Krish. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much connection over there. Continues out to bowl Shashank Joseph. His 5th over, just 19 runs conceded so far. As things were quite good under control. Plays it straight, trying to keep up the momentum going high. That's the kish outside edge and gets the fielder in short third man position. That's wicket this year. This was Shashank Joseph. Have bowled it onto the good length around the wicket. The intention was to go for the big shot, but that was a clueless stroke making found the fielder at the short third man region. It's 117 for 3. 121 for 5. It's two newbies here, Ajay Kumar and Hashwant Murugan. Straight away got off the mark, Ajay Kumar with that boundary. It's high in the air, and that's taken. That's one more wicket. A little bit of hurry-burry effort here. Another wicket over there. Have been playing it a bit early and forcing it to go at the mid-wicket region. That went on to be one more wicket. 121 for 6 it is. Deepak Shri. Quite good under control with the way how Omega came back stronger in this game. There were an expectation around 160 or 170 at some point of time. There is still a possibility, but all the set batters have lost their way in the middle, as that is pushing them under pressure straight away. I would like to recall about the fact that the highest run conceded by Omega in this tournament is 147. Have never conceded 150 in this tournament. Thickish outside edge. As it find the fielder at short, third man will be just a single. Gets off the mark with that single. Deepak as Hashwant to face his first ball. Dot ball to end the over. That's 122 for 6.
பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம்.
Continues after ball Abhishek, who picked up those 2 wickets. Went on to be crucial on this game. Followed by that, Kavin continued the fashion. Oh, that's typical left arm spinner's delight to watch out for. With the way how Abhishek is bowling here, it's actually restricting the batters from scoring runs. complete stoppage. Somewhere at some extent, few singles coming here and there. Single direct hit and no chance of that being a wicket, as this is turning out to be quite good under control. Now every single run is turning out to be a challenging stuff for them. Asiatic Cricket Transformers, somewhere in the middle they lost their rhythm. With just 26 balls in the first innings, it's trying to convert cheeky singles. Couldn't extend their arms, couldn't swing the bat. With one to complete this innings. That's clean bowled, it seems. It's wicket number 7 as Deepak have tried to contain things under control. Just taking back a look at that dismissal. A typical left arm spinner's delayed straight away onto the middle stumps. Batter being dismissed. 124 for 7 innings. Prajesh, the new batter, and at number 9 for Asiatic Cricket Transformers. And Harish Narayanan with the ball. Been dominant in the power play, tried his best to bring up the first breakthrough, but couldn't carry on with that. Now he's there in the death overs to complete the spell. Will he fetch that he was looking for a very long time? It's quite good under control. Starts off with a wide ball. That's 125 for 7. Onto the stumps again. Pretty close a delivery. They were trying to invade the stumps as Ashwin Murugan is trying to defend it over there. Wickets have fallen at the wrong time, which turns out to be a drastic change in the game. At the end phase of the innings, it's pretty hard for the batters to build up the partnerships. And that's why any one of the set batters should stay till the end. A little bit out of control to the left-handed batters. Couple of wides in this over. Every run is turning out to be crucial now. For a single run, they've been struggling hard. Onto the pads. Couldn't get much control over that. He's trying to bowl it to the body line of Ashwant, But whereas to Prajesh, his lines must be precise, as you've seen him with the way how he bowled in the power play. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much connection over there. Turns out to be a couple of dot balls. As the entire batting have shuffled and fumbled in the end once the wickets have started falling down. That's why it's always important to break the partnerships. The wickets will start falling. That's good control over there. Gets at the mark with that single, Prajesh. As they're trying to keep up the momentum going high, will surely be a big challenge for them. There were times when the expected total was around 160 and 170. Intention was to go for that single. It's pretty closer, as they've been getting another single over there. Will surely more than 130, but not sure what it is exactly going to be. Single to end the over. That's 130 for 7. Swing and a miss. Continues off the bowl. Sachin Bhupati back into the attack, replacing Kavin, the one who break the wicket of Siddharth Balakrishnan. Because that have also changed the context of the game in so many ways. That beats up the short third man fielder. Will be a couple of runs on the board. Seems like Omega have started feeling relaxed after picking a couple of wickets. There is still a lot more game left in this innings. That Omega should be pretty strict in even leaking just singles. They should be very careful, especially with the short third man. Every time as the ball goes there, they're going for single. Oh, that's pretty comfortable stroke. That's why things will be quite good under control. swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. Good stop from the fielder, will be just a single. As things were quite good under control. 5 runs so far coming off this over. Got the connection, but a beautiful shot that is. A much needed boundary at this point of time. Put up both the mid-off and mid-on fielder inside the circle. That gave Hashwant more space to go for that boundary. As the scoreboard moves to 139 for 7. $139 for 7. That's high in the air, and that goes behind the fielder hands, which eventually travels and reaches. Pretty interesting stroke making, but it should be taken at this level of cricket. These were easy pickings for the fielders. After picking up a couple of wickets, they've started taking things easily. Continues out to bowl Shashank Joseph. Now this is turning out to be a challenging total. The possibilities of 155 is also there. That's high in the air, and Pierce is between the fielders. Good stop. Will be just a single. That goes behind as that's another wicket falls. But that is pretty unfortunate as the batter straight away walks back and the fingers going up. New batter Prashant, in fact. 144 for rating at number 10. Finally, Shashank Joseph gets another one as he's bowling his final couple of deliveries, expecting one more to be taken. That ends up as 3 wickets today. Oh, these were unwanted pressure as he desperately wanted to go for the single. Few dramas over there as Prashad. Look at that. This is what happened over there. Oh, he would have taken some time before throwing the ball. One to end the over. Dot ball to end the over. That's 104 fight. $144 for 8. Now into the last over with Harish Narayanan with the ball. Swing and a miss, couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. Prajesh Tyagarajan. As the next 5 are going to be quite crucial for them. Change of pace that got the connection better as it travels and eventually reaches out the boundary ropes. Much. This one, a little bit of change of pace it seems. It got good control from the batter, and that's short boundary side. Run out opportunity here. It's quite good running between the wickets. That brings 150 up here for Asiatic Cricket Transformers. As that turns out to be quite good under control. As he's running back for the second run. That's quite good under control. That's fingers going up with one more wicket. 151 for 9 it is. This was that run out as they went for the second run. Good throw over there. And didn't have much time to reach the crease. Easy pickings for the wicketkeeper. 151 for 9. Run out opportunity again, but this throw is somewhere around a different corner. That gives them a couple of runs on the board. Last ball of the over. That's clean bowled. A Yorker attempt from the bowler that ends up to be 1 for 10 as Asiatic Cricket Transformers were losing all their batters, and finally a breakthrough first wicket for Harish Narayanan. And that's how the first innings coming to an end. Been a positive start. Been a positive start at the power play as the openers took the control. Top order batters batted really well, especially with the way how Siddharth Balakrishnan batted, but couldn't carry on with the momentum throughout the innings. Somewhere 10 to 15 runs short, but this seems to be a challenging total for them. Anyway, now Omega Sports Academy need 155 to get themselves promoted for the final. Let's wait and watch what's going to happen in the second innings.
கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸ் டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்கும்.
Right into the second innings, Deepak Shripriyan with the ball. Darshan and Sharan were the openers. 155 required in 180 balls to win the game. Four runs extra comparing to the first semi-finals. In the first semi-finals, we've seen 151 being the target, and that's been chased down in almost 16 overs, and then they shuffled some time to complete in the 20th over. Hopefully Omega will also be looking forward to finish things off before 20th over. On the other hand, Asiatic Cricket Transformers will somehow fight on to control things. Starting off with a spinner, good start from Deepak, having a slips in position. Good vibe over there with the Asiatic Cricket Transformers. The entire unit has a champion attitude that no one has to speak out and bring it onto the vibe. Everyone has that vibe all together. Everyone are connected together. Even as a batting unit, I've seen them in the dugout with the way how they cheered for their batters. So there will surely be some fighting from Asiatic Cricket Transformers, despite of this being a little low target comparing to the past score here. Anything less than 175 have always been a challenging total in a 30 overs game here. So that is going to push them under pressure. But yes, with the kind of team spirit that they have, and in big stages we've seen plenty of teams batting first and defending a low targets. That's been a culture in T20 format. But yeah, this being a 30 over format will also give that little edge for sides to fight on. The biggest example is teams like Mumbai Indians, Indian cricket team with a redemption in T20 World Cup. So these kind of performances have brought them out of their control and ensured that they won the game. Even 30 of 30 required with two greatest batters of T20 playing for South Africa. India came back stronger on the game. Any one good over, any one good wicket will always keep them into the game. Asiatic cricket transformers. That's the biggest strength of batting first in big stages. Oh, that's a dropped opportunity, it seems. As you could see, the sign of disappointment. That's the kind of vibe. Darshan looks out to be clueless to get that first run. Look at that. Almost fell out of the gloves and disappointed Vishnuvardhan. Straight bat coming into play, trying to keep up the momentum. Every time when things were not going out, sticking on to basics will always help the batters. That's what we've seen with Asiatic cricket transformers when they opened with top quality pacers. This seems to be an easy stuff. Couple of dot balls in this over. This time a tossed up delivery that's went on to be a misfield, and that's more than enough for them to reach out the boundary. This was that shot we're speaking about. Extra flighter run went on to be a full toss delivery. Should have been stopped, but misfield ensure a boundary over there. 4 for Norris. Vishnuvardhan with the ball. Been a long-term prospects for the side. A Saran on strike. Spin at one end and the pace at the other end, mixing up together both. We may not be sure on what works well here, but Pacers have always struggled hard to fetch some wickets over there. They could block the batters from scoring runs, for instance, but bringing up the wickets have always been a challenge for them in this particular track. That's clearly evident in semi-final one. Even in the first innings, we've seen fast bowlers did spectacular job, but wickets column have always been kept vacant until the spinners came into the picture. Pushing it onto the back foot. Yet to get off the mark. Starts off with a back off length delivery using the green grass in the middle of the wicket. We spoke a lot about that green grass. It used to be there in Stark cricket ground, especially in this wicket number 3. You'll get that extra bounce, but it's not coming as of the pace that you're looking for. If you don't push extra pace, it's going to be an easy ball to play that pull shot and cut shot for the batters. That extra bounce is going to help the batters. Typically, Omega's paces are quite good with the way how they bowl those back of length and pace balls, and that's why their paces have quite survived. Though they didn't pick up much wickets, there wasn't much challenge for the Pacers, as the batters have always had defensive approach against them. But in the first semi-final, things were quite different. We've seen plenty of full toss in front of square. That's because of the kind of timing that the batters have got. They tried to play it as late as possible. The ball was holding on a bit. So extra pace and slower bowlers have somehow managed to do that, as the majority category fell short. Couple of dot balls, as that's been bowled onto the fourth stump line. Little bit of width, that is something that the batter is waiting for. That Vishnuvardhan is not at all giving that space to the batters to get off the mark. One after the other onto the back foot. At this point of time, when the openers of Asiatic Cricket Transformers have tried to hang in there, despite of the bowlers doing well in the first couple of overs, they just responded to the balls, been very careful, not carried away, and didn't took any emotional decisions. Though they have faced couple of dot balls, they just watched the ball. Every ball has a fresh delivery. Wonderful use of the wrist. Good balance, and the timing seems to be perfect as the fielder's chasing down the ball. Good stop. Saves a couple of runs for his side. And that's turning out to be quality cricket overall. This was that shot. He spoke a lot about leg glance in the first innings too. It's been dying out in modern day cricket, where cricketers have always preferred to flick it away. But leg glance is a pretty safest shot, but at the same time you need your head position on top of the ball and needs to be balanced at the right region. A lot of challenges over there while playing leg glances. There are greats like Sachin Tendulkar have played a lot of leg glance against Shoaib Akhtar. Another one on control. Single to end the over. That's 8 for no loss. Continues out to bowl. Deepak slips in position. In fact, 2 slip fielders over there. That's been played through the covers, which eventually gave some vacant space for the batters to score runs. And the fielder somehow stopped that, as that's not going for boundary. They've almost saved 2 to 3 runs so far. A boundary saved in the previous over, a boundary saved here. These are the small margins that can help them in the last couple of overs. And that's why it's a multi-dimensional approach when it comes to 30 overs cricket. You need to build partnerships, you need to stay calm as if it is a ODI format, but at the same time you have to save even a single run as if it is a T20 format. At the end it all counts. As you could see on the frame, gutsy approach here from Deepak. 2 slip fielders straight away and bowls a short delivery, which is not at all relevant to what he is approaching for. It's always appreciable for the bowlers in limited overs cricket, especially bringing up with such attacking intent 1 or 2 slip fielders in position by compromising few places. But what matters the most is if you're placing that field position, you must be very confident on what you're going to bowl. Having 2 slip fielders and bowling onto the patch doesn't work. removes a slip fielder, and there is one more covers fielder in position. Different approach for Darshan overall. Swing and a miss. Couldn't get much control over there. This also seems to be pretty much defensive. They're having deep mid wicket in position, long on in position. Right from the beginning, trying to stop the batters from being attacking. And it's pretty challenging for them to grab that wicket. Unless or until you tempt the batters might come out of their comfort zone. This seems to be something that awares the batters. Be careful, there is long on in position, deep mid wicket in position. That kind of calms down the batter. We used to speak a lot about this thing. Late Mr. Bishan Singh Berry used to say that if a skipper positions a particular fielder in place, that doesn't mean it needs to be a game plan. It's sometimes to bring up a tactics against the batter's thought process. They have to make the batter to think about that particular field position. Why he is placing that field position? Is it going to be something that's going to come up? That thought process kind of contaminates the thought process of the batter. We'll speak about that in the next over. 3 overs completed, 12 for no loss. Continues up to bowl NV Vishnuvardhan. Thickish outside edge. That is the third man in position anyway. The fielding standards have been impressive today in both the semi-finals. There wasn't any unnecessary drop catches, any unnecessary misfields. In fact, they've been extraordinary by stopping threes into twos into ones. These are the level of confidence and the champion attitude that an under-17 cricketers are getting through that matters a lot. As it is turning out to be quite good under control. Couple of dot balls over that. Darshan is taking his own time in the middle, not finding much boundaries over there, as the required run rate is already 5.33 and current run rate is 3.90, which has a variety of difference. As that is turning out to be a little bit of pressure over there. quite good under control as Vishnuvardhan started bowling closer to the batter. Slightly his length is getting adjusted as there is a slips in position at any point. It is going to be an invitation for the cover drive. Once Darshan throws his bat, they've been waiting there for their game plan. Picks the gap and the placement looks out to be perfect as that moves to the boundary ropes. Boundary to end the over. That's 18 for. This was that shot. The way how he opened the pace of the bat and let the ball to come on. Plays it as late as possible. That brings him the boundary that he's looking for. Good running between the wickets. Playing solid cricket, not getting carried away. Couple of dot balls over there as the equation 136 of 154. Quite good under control with the way how Deepak is bowling. They desperately need that first breakthrough. I think scoring a few boundaries early in the power play will impact a lot to the mainstream bowlers, where they could eventually invite the secondary bowlers to keep up the momentum high. That's how Unique Cricket Academy have chased down the target today. These kind of stroke makings must be appreciated, and something over the mid-off and mid-on fielder will also be appreciated in a regular interval of time. There isn't any restriction that you never go on those fielders' heads. With the growth of modern day cricket, there has to be strong and dominant approach on playing those lofted shots with careful measures. Sometimes if they play that in the regular interval of time, the bowlers will also be under pressure and they can run out opportunity, as that's been quite good running between the wickets. Good call from Darshan and Sharan. Speaking about showing attacking intent and positive cricket, that's how the modern day cricket have transformed. There were sayings that T20 is going to be future, and there are T10 formats, even T5 probably might come. So to secure the future, the batters must know how to get rid of pressure. This is what I've been speaking about. Exactly something that we've been speaking about. He's implementing on the ground, putting on. The beauty about that shot is he played it as straight as possible. A little bit of swing with the bat might have reached out to the mid-wicket fielder's hands. 24 for no loss. Squeezes it to the point direction. Beautiful stroke making, that is from Sharan. It's about letting the ball to come closer and playing it as late as possible. Look at the stroke making. And there was a sweeper cover fielder in position as he played it closer to the point fielder. As the sweeper cover will only be witness to the boundary. Trying to improve the run rate. Trying to focus on finishing things quickly. This is much better now. The current run rate is 5.42, but the required run rate is 5.11. If these kind of boundaries go in every over, that kind of pushes pressure on the bowler, and the skipper will be forced to bring up new bowlers in a regular interval of time. If that routine continues, the batters could dominate the entire bowling lineup. While speaking, it might sound easy, but these were few steps that needs to be taken to dominate the chase that we've evidently seen in the semi-final one, where Unique Cricket Academy have started dominating the bowlers, didn't even give a space for them to stand out. That's the kind of aggression that they have to show. Good at playing those late strokes, letting the ball to come and just tapping it behind, as these were quite good under control. Cheeky one, couldn't get much single over there, quite good under control. Every time when you start an over with a boundary, though it gets a couple of dot balls and singles, somehow you could make it up at the end of the final ball. That's the kind of advantage when you start things with a positive intent. Rather, if you start off with a dot ball and a single, there have always been a run rate pressure on the batters that turns into a desperation. The desperation turns into a wrong shot, leads to a wicket. This is a perfect brand of cricket, where they could be able to lead up the momentum. And good comeback from Vishnuvardhan here after conceding a boundary in the first ball. 0-1-0-0, that's the kind of numbers he've conceded, pushing the batters under pressure. And there is still a slip fielder in position. That shows the kind of trust that he has on his bowling, that he could be able to bring up the breakthrough at any point of time. But I'll still say there is this whack and mid-on and mid-off. Over the mid-on and mid-off head will be a very good option. As they're running back for the second run. That's top quality running between the wickets. And 2 to end the over. That's 31 for no loss.
அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சு? சென்னைன்னு இல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
Sachin
Varun, the new bowler, into the attack. Good stop from the fielder, saves a couple of runs. But this is turning out to be quite crucial to watch out for, bringing out the revolution again. As we've seen in the previous over, there's a different bowler where the batter tried to find the aerial route. Not regularly, but in a rare interval of time. Somewhere the batters should find the aerial route. That's the kind of intent. They have to train themselves in such fashion in power play. In whatever the situation of the game, that's the brand of cricket that India is adopting now. Oh, that's dropped opportunity again. Something is working out well for the batters today. Though the bowlers are pretty successful, that doesn't provide the result that they're looking for. Look at that. Usually it should be taken at this level of cricket. That's quite unfortunate. Not the first time it's happening today. Though they had a fantastic fielding standards. These were quick reflexes that's been going out of their hands. It's not going to be a regular thing, but as of today's cricket, they've dropped a few. And speaking about finding aerial route, there are so many regions, especially against spinners. We can go over the covers field or mid on and mid off that. Obviously, they are inside the circle. This is the problem when you grow with grounded shots. That adds more burden, and if you play 30 overs cricket, there have been more space for the bowlers to shuffle more and pick up a lot of opportunities to bring up the breakthrough. So rushing up things will also help for the batters. Straight away long on being placed at deep. Sweeps it away. Beautiful shot that is. As there is a fielder in position. Turns out to be just a single. 2 runs coming off this over. That's 33 for no loss. Moves on to the batter, and that's been piercing between the fielders. Shorter boundaries on the end, and that fetches out the boundary. One side is a short boundaries today, and this is that side. It's been moving on to the batter. Bevan Punithan seems to be a good bowler, but unfortunately this turns out to be a bad start for him. We gotta wait and watch how he's going to implement those in-swingers. Should have invited early in the innings in the new ball. He's having the genuine and natural swing movement. Look at that. Cuts it away as goes past the fielders. One more time. Another better stroke making. Just taking back, look at that. This one, as Darshan let this come closer and slices it to the point direction. And nobody could stop that going for boundaries. Using the shorter boundaries well. Couple of boundaries to begin every over, as they've been staying ahead of Asiatic cricket transformers at all aspects of the game right now. One breakthrough could change the momentum anyway. Turkish outside edge goes for the dot ball again. With 1 to complete this over, that's 41 for no loss as of now. Turkish outside edge that goes behind the batter, as they've been running for the second one. Single to end the over, that's 42 for no loss after 8. Got quite good under control. (26 of 31, 16 of 18), as both the batters trying to implement pretty decent partnership over there. Sweeps it hard, that goes behind the wicket keeper. 2 is the call from the batter. They're not coming back for the second run, but somewhere the runs are getting leaked down. Maybe in the next over there must be a hydration break, where the coaches must be insisting on what needs to be done for both Asiatic cricket transformers, and how to carry this forward to Omega. So far it's been a pretty positive start from them. Could see more of the openers taking up a lot of responsibilities. That's quite impressive to see. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. Yorking it straight away. That's dot ball to end the over, 43 for no loss. Shashank, the new bowler, into the attack. A change straight away after the hydration break. Will this change bring the change that they are looking for? Flicks it on to the leg side as things were quite good under control. Trying to create a maximum movement. As this is going to be a challenging stuff for them. A different rhythm altogether, not bringing up much revolution over there. But there has been a movement which is angling onto the batter. Seeming out to be a different bowler altogether. Strong shouts missing down the leg. Slicing is on to the back foot. One more to end the over. .46 for no loss after 10. Couldn't push beyond control over there. Continues out to bowl Varun. Plays it through the covers. Beautiful shot that is. Look at that shot. An impressive stroke making to watch out for. As that seems to be quite good under control. Somehow they are making things pretty closer to the game. Just 104 required to win the game in 118 balls. places onto the gap. Couple of runs over there. Beautiful running between the wickets. Seven runs so far in this over. That seems to be pressure for the bowler, that he's trying to change his angle. Still no signs of any sweeper cover in position. Even if the batter tries to play it through the covers, there are more possibilities that they could get some boundary. Oh, beautiful shot that is. Just trying to keep up the momentum going high, as both the batters were ensuring that their team could eventually make it possible. That's quite good. Strong appeal from the wicketkeeper. With one to complete this over, that got 8 runs so far in this over. For no loss.
And just smacking down some amazing boundaries. To level up your game, singlers is something that you'll always need. And do visit Grand Sports to get the best of singlers bats. Cheers, guys. Hey guys, a much awaited time of the year, right?
Continues out to bowl Shashank. Starting things off with the dot ball. Shashank will surely be taking control on certain things. Swing and a miss. That's pretty close though. That goes behind the batter. 2 is the call from the batter, will be just a single. Dot ball to end the over. That's 57 for no loss. Full toss delivery, that's punished hard. And that is the maximum, comes in style. Beautiful shot that had been from Darshan. And a warm welcome to Siddharth Balakrishnan, who is bowling his first ball of the day. Shorter boundary again. That's turning out to be an added advantage, as it eventually went out of the park. The umpires and fielders came in search of the ball. Darshan moves to 40s with just 92 more runs required to win in 106 balls. There is a lot more to be done, as the partnership seems to be solid, but they have to try improving the run rate too. Sweeps it away as that fell short of the field. Unfortunately, it goes for boundary. Look at that. I won't say it's a bad ball, but this boy turned out to be an excellent stroke maker. Misjudgment over there. Sometimes uneven turns will surely happen. Strong shouts. No chance of that being a dismissal. Quite good from Siddharth Balakrishnan, as he is trying to invade the stumps. That's turning down the leg. Much better length from Siddharth Balakrishnan. Couple of dot balls to end the over. That's 67 for no loss. Continues the bowl Shashank, as they've been keep on moving the run rate forward, which lets them to stay ahead of the game. Yet to reach the halfway mark, this seems to be a little bit challenging for them, as the current run rate and required run rate travels at the same meter. There is a lot more space for Asiatic Cricket Transformers to come back stronger. Should have scored a lot more at this point of time. At least 80 or more than that. Singles are not going to help the batters right from here. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. As this turns out to be pretty decent over, as long as the game goes deep, there will be more possibilities of Asiatic cricket transformers to come back stronger. They should target 25th over to finish things off Omega, or else it is going to be a challenging stuff for them. Dot ball to end the over, that's 70 for no loss. Small and composed Andre over there. As Siddharth Balakrishnan continues out to bowl. Bowl couple of good deliveries in the last 3 balls of his previous over. Bit of rhythmic and the landing seems to be perfect. That's high in the air. Goes over the covers fielder that is travels and eventually reaches the boundary ropes. And that turns out to be the half century of Darshan. 52 of 51 balls. Such exceptional stroke making. As you could see the celebrations on the other end, Saran have played a second fiddle over there for Darshan. Been quite good under control with the way how both the batters balance their innings. Glides it behind. 2 is the call from the batter as they're running back for the second run. With just 2 more to end this over, as Saran and Darshan are trying to build this partnership. Sweeps it away as that goes behind the wicketkeeper. Another chance for the second run. And that's leading up to be another couple of runs on the board. As now Sharan have started taking care of Siddharth Balakrishnan. 10 runs so far in this innings with 1 more in this over and 1 more to complete. Dot ball to end the over. That's 15 overs completed, 80 for no loss. Missed opportunities. That seems to be pretty close opportunity that they've got against Shashank. Good try from the fielder anyway. Continues out to bat Darshan. He might be shifting up the gears right from here as things have got in control. Now all they have to do is to finish things off as quick as possible, not letting them to come closer to this game. That's pretty much important at this level of cricket. Fighting back with the same momentum here. Both Asiatic Cricket Transformers and Omega. Good shot from the fielder. Will never be a single. These were agile efforts from the fielders that they were ready to stop any single and reduce twos into ones. That impact is still there. But 15 overs without any breakthrough, few drop catches pushes them in vain. And that turns out to be all the negative impacts started haunting the game. But comparing to the first innings, even in the first innings when Asiatic Cricket Transformers continued with a couple of good partnerships. Tossed up delivery, there is a fielder in place, and that's one more dropped opportunity. Did everything perfectly, but unfortunately couldn't grab that catch. But that intent was appreciable at this level of cricket, as he's been playing for a very long time. $83 for no loss. 83 for no loss. Time to bring up some pace as Vishnuvardhan back into the attack. 3 overs 17, no wickets on his name so far. The run rate is still in the same region, 5.19, 5.14. That is going to haunt both the sides. I'll still say it's a 50-50 opportunity. As long as Omega improves their run rate, this is going to be Asiatic's game too. One good over with a wicket will surely let Asiatic Cricket Transformers into the game. Omega shouldn't be much close with the chase. There shouldn't be plans for 30th over. There should be plans for 25th over to finish things off. Or else it's going to impact them a lot in this game. Starts off with a toss delivery. Long on in position, long off in position, deep mid wicket. Sweeper cover and deep fine leg in position. In fact, third man in position. Short fine leg in position. No ball signals the on-field umpire. As the first ball, they had 6 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Free hit follows. Straight shot down the ground. Doesn't get much elevation over there. That's a fielder in position with just a single. Cuts it away as the third man chases down the ball. He's very good at playing those late cuts, especially against the spinners too. They must be very careful. These were tough phase for Omega. They may seems to be 86 for no loss, but at some point of time, one good over could change the complete context of the game. It seems to be close game. 2 is the call from the batter as they're running back for the second run. Misfields. Everything happens here. These were unexpected twists and turns. That lets the batters to continue their bat flow. One to end the over. Beautiful use of wrist. This 2 is the call from the batter. No chance of going for the second run. Will be single and keeping the strike back for the next over. 90 for no loss.
சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங்
as it goes behind will be just a single. Onto the back foot, that's high in the air as a long on and mid wicket fielder converges together only to watch that going for boundary. This is turning out to be a little bit of hurry-burry effort that is pretty much important for Omega at this point of time. Wicket columns are not going to be helpful for them right from now. It's going to be as quick as possible. Now the 60 runs required of 76 to win the game. Left with a couple of vacant spaces behind the wicket keeper. A wonderful sweep shot that is, despite of what result it's going to get. This will surely be appreciated, especially if you are from a subcontinent region. Playing a sweep shot will always be an added advantage. We've seen that plenty of cricketers having those sweep shots really well, especially with the way how Surya Kumar Yadav plays it. Swings and couldn't get the connection that he is looking for. But that's pretty sure that Sharan have also started showing some intent. As that turns out to be single with one to complete this over. 97 for no loss as of now. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on in position, short mid wicket in position. Single to end the over. That's 18 overs, 98 for no loss. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much connections over there. That's 98 for no loss. Now the required run rate dips down to 4.82. Vishnuvardhan continues to bowl. That's big shot. But there is a man in deep. Will be just a single. As long as they are having that awareness on the game, And what needs to be done at the right point of time is taking them moving forward, ball after the ball. There has been this conscious measure. Cuts it away as that spears is between the fielders. No chance of the sweeper cover to stop that, going for boundary. This time it's coming from the bat of Sharan. It's been bowled way outside the off stump. Good length delivery. Lets it to come closer and plays it into the back foot. Beautiful stroke making. Sharan have started improving his numbers right from now. 100 up here for Omega with this boundary. It's just 52 required to win of 69 balls. Two is the call from the batter as he's running back for the second run. Quite good running between the wickets. Sensible approach this is, as they've been having good communication between each other, and that understanding letting them, if one calls the other blindly goes, that comes out of the clarity in communication, which is spicing up this chase. The hopes of Asiatic cricket transformers is slowing down. All they need is that one good over with a couple of wickets. It may be easy to say, but that's something that's gonna make them to enter into the game. The possibilities are still there, but with the kind of mindset in which Sharan and Darshan were batting, they were actually destroying the hopes of Asiatic cricket transformers. As he's getting himself comfortable. Slices it behind, as that is a fielder in position. Will be just a single, as that leads up to be 8 runs coming off this over with one more to complete. Darshan back on strike. There is a huge possibility of Darshan could be able to make a century here. Big shot, got the connection right, as the placement seems out to be perfect. Shorter boundaries, it will reach the boundary ropes easily. Control. That's a spectacular view of Star Cricket Ground. 12 runs coming off the over. 1-1-0 for no loss. Now just 45 more required to win the game. Starts off with a dot ball, as Shashank continues to bowl his last over today. With just 5 balls in hands, could Shashank be able to bring any magic into this innings? Two is the call, and they're running back for the second run. Excellent running between the wickets. This was sensible cricket that's taking them closer to the victory. And Sharan moves to the 40s right with those 2 runs. Continues up to bat. Couldn't get much control over there. It seems to be the biggest strength of any batters, with the kind of partnership that they're making, the communication that they make with each other, the understanding that they have, is something that's pretty much important for any side in modern day cricket. We've seen that with many openers of Indian cricket, back to the times of Gautam Gambhir, Virendra Sehwag, Sachin, to the times of Yashasvi Jaiswal, Shubman Gill. All it requires is a good combination. Even with Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarshan, with the way how they communicate with each other matters a lot. When to go for that second run, when not to go for the third run. Against which bowler we have to tackle, against which bowler we have to rotate the strike and give it back to the partner. Everything matters a lot. That's a good over coming to an end from Shashank. Just 3 runs coming off that. 113 for no loss after 20 overs.
ஸோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸை டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும்.
Starts off with the dot ball. Prashad, new bowler into the attack straight away to bowl the 21st over. Shashank have bowled a fantastic last over that again dips the run rate, slightly increasing it. This is going to be a touch and go to watch out for. As the left arm spinners were bringing up a lot of dot balls into the game. Through the covers, couldn't get much alignment over there. That brings strike back to Darshan. Will surely try to attack the new bowler. But what if this new bowler brings up with the right magic? As Prashad is bowling really good. One simple mistake from the batter, he'll fetch that wicket. They should take some conscious measures. Single to end the over. That's 115 for no loss. Deepak Shripriyan back into the attack. 3 overs, 14 for 0. Our last 9 overs in action, 4.44 the required run rate, which is less than the current run rate. Couldn't get much control over there. That had a bit of extra bounce over there that pushes the batter to be locked. This leads up to go for the single. Hope he's okay, the fielder. Just be the single. That goes behind the wicketkeeper. Good stop from the fielder. Now chance for the second run. That once again improves the run rate. Still seeming to be a touch and go, where 30 more crucial runs were required without losing much complications in the middle. There shouldn't be any wickets falling at this point of time. Wonderful bowling from Deepak Shripriyan. Doesn't let the batters to score runs easily. Hope he's okay. Another interesting over from Deepak Shripriyan. There's a couple of dot balls to end the over. 118 for no loss. Continues to bowl Prashast. A bit of low kept delivery. Didn't saw such a kind of bounces so far in today's game. It assisted well for almost 110 overs. But this one is a completely different ball altogether. Even the bowler would have not expected that to skid on and not bouncing much. Through the covers, as that beats up the fielders, will be just a single. Couldn't see much of unconventional cricketers. There wasn't much of paddle sweeps, there wasn't much of reverse sweeps, scoop shots. But is still into the box with the mindset of the cricketers. They'll start improving those skills over a point of time. But this was something that brings up a difference among an ordinary cricketer and an extraordinary cricketer. There are huge gaps behind the wicket keeper, but nobody's targeting that. It eventually goes past the wicket keeper. Couple of runs on the board. As that gets a few runs. Another 30 odd required to win the game. Oh, that goes past the wicketkeeper. These were unwanted efforts at this point of time. That gives extra runs on the board for Omega. 125 for no loss. More runs required of 42 to win the game. Will there be any magic could possibly be happen from now? Deepak Shripriyan continues out to bowl his fifth over. It's pretty quick. That doesn't let the batters to play well over that cheeky attempt from the batter. Swing and a miss, couldn't get much control over there. As he seems to be a little bit drained over there, Sharan. Swing and a miss, turning out to be wonderful delivery. Deepak Shripriyan, his previous over, and this one continues out to be something that brings up hope for Asiatic cricket transformers. Not letting Omega to win that easily. Two is the call from Darshan. It will be danger in for him. Will be just a single. Chance for the second run. Single to end the over. That's 128 for no loss.
பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும். பேட்ல உங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொஃபைல்ல என்ன பிராண்ட்ல என்ன பட்ஜெட்ல வேணா உங்களுக்கு பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பேட்ஸ் கிடைக்கும். அதுக்கு நான் கேரண்டி.
சச்சின் ரமேஷ் டெண்டுல்கர் SRT ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து வேற எந்த கடையிலயும் கிடைக்காது.
அந்த மாதிரி சச்சின் ப்ரொஃபைல் பேட்ல இருந்து இந்த சீசன்ல தோனி யூஸ் பண்ற கீப்பிங் கிளவுஸ் வரைக்கும் எல்லா யூனிக்கான ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் அஃபோர்டபுளான பிரைஸ்ல நீங்க வாங்கிக்கலாம். அண்ட் பேட் சீசனிங் எம்போசிங்லாம் கூட பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னைன்னு இல்ல தமிழ்நாட்டிலேயே எங்க வேணா இருந்து கிரிக்கெட் ஆடுற ஒரு பிளேயரா இருந்தா கிரிக்கெட் ரிலேட்டடா உங்களுக்கு எது வாங்கணும்னாலும் நீங்க இந்த ஒரு ஸ்பாட்டுக்கு தான் வரணும். அதுலயும் பேட்ல மட்டுமே 5000 பேட்ஸ் டிஸ்பிளேல வச்சு நீங்க எந்த பிராண்ட்ல பேட் கேட்டாலும் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பாங்க. அண்ட் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷன்ல உங்க ஜெர்சி நம்பரை டைப் பண்ணிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எம்ஆர்பில இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. இருந்து 15 to 20% ஆஃபரும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு வேளச்சேரியில கடல் மாதிரி இருக்க கிராண்ட் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ன்ற இந்த கடலுக்கு தான் போயிருந்தோம். இங்க உங்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட்டுக்கு தேவையான A to Z எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்ஸும் பக்காவான குவாலிட்டியில பக்காவான பிரைஸ்ல கிடைக்கும்.
Pierces between the fielders as the fielders chasing down the ball will be boundary. Easy picking. Very long time. It's pretty much important at this point of the match. Letting the ball to come closer. That brings up the half century. In fact, it's Darshan who scored that boundary. $132 for no loss. 16 required for the century of Darshan, 23 required to win the game. Swings and misses out, couldn't get much control over there. Big shot, doesn't get the elevation that it requires to get that single. $134 for no loss after 25.
These specifications of these bats, supremely high spine, a very nice duck bill with what and how the current players and the style is about the game. And let me tell you guys, a very clean face on these bats. Amazing profile with some quality willow. So let's just check how's the ping on these. Wow. Standing here, I feel like padding up and just smacking down some amazing boundaries. To level up your game, singlers is something that you'll always need, and do visit Grand Sports to get the best of singlers bats. Cheers guys.
On to the 90s now. Squeezes through the sweeper cover. There is a possibility for both to happen today. The half century of Sharan and the century of Darshan. Could be a memorable game to watch out for, but let's wait and watch on how it's going to transform from here. And that's 50 up here for Sharan. 50 up, 71 balls. Stood with Darshan, played second fiddle, along with that played a couple of boundaries. Exceptional knock. And most of the times these kind of second fiddles won't be noticed and won't be rated high, but in my point of view this brings up the right balance to the batting unit. Darshan needs a partner like Sharan who handle the pressure pretty well. The tough bowlers, the way how he handled the tough bowlers. .146 for Nolas. Starts off with a single. Sharan knows what needs to be done now. That Darshan is back on strike. 7 more runs for century. And obviously 8 more runs for the victory. Perfectly set here. As we could see all the dramas to be made. Swings and got the connection better, but he's getting convinced with a single. That's quite unfortunate. The partnership finally breaks down here as Varun brings. This was that wicket delivery to Sharan. He's moving on and he actually glides it onto the stumps. 148 for 1 it is as Sharan walks back to the pavilion. Sachin Bhupati, the new batter in at number 3. As he clearly knows what's the picture and what needs to be done, will surely try to rotate the strike.
பக்காவா பண்ணி தராங்க. சோ ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு எப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்றத கமெண்ட்ல சொல்லுங்க. நீங்க சென்னை
straight away gets off the mark with that single, Sachin Bhupati. That brings Darshan back on strike. 94 is his total. 6 runs for the victory, 6 runs for the century. 1 hit away. Will that happen? 94 of 88 balls. 2 is the call as Darshan is trying to run back for the second run. Beautiful running between the wickets. Now the scoreboard moves to 96. It's 1 boundary away right from here. That could bring up that century for Darshan. All eyes on this boy now. These were unfortunate events at this point of time. Trying to play some cheeky shot and the placement looks out to be perfect. and it reaches out the boundary ropes, and that's the moment is here. Century, and the celebrations have started. Darshan finishes things and brings the team to the finals. Exceptional performance, Omega Sports Academy. Look at the numbers: 100 of 90 balls, 12 boundaries and a sixer. This boy had the temperament, had the confidence, and deserves all these celebrations over there. Happy faces everywhere from Omega Sports Academy as they've been promoted to the finals of the Summer Cup season number 8 under 17 30 overs cricket tournament. They'll be sharing the finals along with Unique Cricket Academy. The finals will be happening tomorrow as Unique Cricket Academy, the defending champions, will surely be fighting hard to defend the title. Will be facing on Omega Sports Academy to face in the finals. Stay tuned with us and we'll be catching you in the actions tomorrow.